St. Patrick's Day's coming.
I'm not getting tape yet.
Got the Hartford team having the same thing. Already done. Let's do this fair now. Then we'll wrap it all up. Good. Oh, yeah.
All right. Well, good morning, everyone. I will officially convene the Executive Legislative Nominations Committee public hearing for Thursday, March 13th, 2025 to order. We have just one item on the agenda today. It is a House Joint Resolution, which is the nomination of David A. Arconti Jr. of Brookfield to be a Utility Commissioner of the Public Utilities Regulatory Authority. Morning. Good to see you, Dave.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. How you doing?
Wonderful. If you can raise your right hand. Do you promise, swear, and affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Wonderful. Floor is yours for any opening remarks.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, Chairman Concepcion and Duff, Vice Chairs Looney and Godfrey, and Ranking Members Yacarino and Berthel. My name is David Arconti, and I'm honored to be nominated to serve as Commissioner at the Public Utilities Regulatory Authority. I served in the legislature alongside many of you for 10 years. I had the honor of serving in a few different leadership positions throughout my tenure. I spent my last 2 terms as House Chair of the Energy and Technology Committee. During my tenure as House Chair, I made it a priority for the committee to work in a bipartisan way. The work that is done in the Energy Committee and by PURA is extremely important to the residents and businesses of the state, and that is the outlook with which I will approach this role. I am proud of the many pieces of bipartisan legislation we passed during my time as House Chair of the Energy Committee. PURA is a vitally important agency to our state. I have become well acquainted with our dedicated staff over the last several months, and I'm so proud to work alongside these knowledgeable, devoted public servants. I believe effective regulators are decisive, independent, and respectful, and these are the characteristics I will exemplify in this role. One of our primary responsibilities as regulators is to determine that the level and structure of rates be sufficient, but no more than sufficient, to allow public service companies to cover their operating costs, including but not limited to appropriate staffing levels and capital costs. Therefore, the level and structure of rates charged to customers should reflect prudent and efficient management of the franchise operation. The purpose of regulation is performance, setting standards for quality, and then holding companies accountable to those standards. We have a lot of difficult and complicated work ahead of us, and I look forward to working with all stakeholders for the betterment of our state. Thank you, and happy to answer any questions.
Dave, thank you very much, and congratulations on your nomination. We obviously had I had the opportunity to serve with you for a few years, and you were a stand-up individual, and I'm happy that you're in front of us today. You've been serving in the interim role for about 6 months or so, since August, I think.
Yeah, August 5th.
How would you describe your first 6 months as a commissioner?
It's been exciting, to say the least. But I feel like after 6-7 months, I'm finally getting my feet under me. We have 2 active rate cases in front of us right now: Yankee Gas Company and United Illuminating. So the volume of work going into it, I knew was a lot, but seeing it firsthand is quite the experience. And it's been great getting to know the staff over at PURA. I can't tell you how dedicated they are to the work they do. Very open and friendly, and it's been great working alongside Chair Gillette and Commissioner Karen. And while he was there, former Vice Chairman Jack Bukowski, who was great, took me under his wing for those couple of months, helped show me the ropes, and very appreciative to him for that.
That's great. And you worked in the private sector for a little while as well, correct?
I did.
Can you talk a little bit about that and your experience there and how that's going to transition into this role?
Sure. So I worked for 2 different companies in the private sector: Fuel Cell Energy and Avangrid Networks. And I think those 2 experiences, I thought were great. One being a distributed energy company, it kind of let me see firsthand just the work and the capital investment and that goes into running a DER company. And also with Avangrid, seeing, especially working with the rank and file over there, the subject matter experts, gave me a pretty unique perspective, which I'm bringing into this role. Especially, I spent a lot of time with, Moses Rams, who's the chief lineman over at UI, and just getting to know their training facilities, and seeing the work that they all go through, I think was helpful and should be helpful in this role now.
That's great. And the reason I asked that is because, you have such a unique experience having served up here with us, having served or worked in the private sector and now with Pura, have you gained any insights on, to respect on how we all share information and how we can do a little bit better with the three tiers,
Three tiers being.
being the legislature, private sector, and Pura?
Sure. I think we all do a pretty good job as is. I think our roles over at Pura is a little different than, what our roles in my previous role was as a legislator, being, we can only make decisions based on the evidence provided in our record. So as you know, we're quasi judicial agency. So can't have as many of those informal, conversations. A lot of the things have to happen in a hearing room. But, I'm proud to say that, for instance, in our PBR docket, in my short time being there, I've already participated in half a dozen hearings for those. So any recommendations I have for better information sharing, I don't, other than I think, the way I approach running the Energy and Technology Committee was an open door policy. I would never say no to a meeting, and that is, the character. That's what I will bring into this role as well. And I'm sure, the chairs are doing a good job running the Energy Committee and have the same perspective.
Appreciate that. And, obviously there's been two longstanding debates on Pura, on one being the structure of how many commissioners, whether it's 3, 5, 7, or 9. And then Pura being inside of DEEP or as part of DEEP. Any comments on either of those on your preference?
Yeah, not really. I mean, I'll serve with however many colleagues the legislature and the governor want to give us over at Pura. And, same with the structure of DEEP. I defer to, the legislature and the governor's office. I'll work in any structure that you all deem satisfactory.
That. One last thing, obviously, we had a pretty full committee last time compared to what we have today. No offense to you, obviously.
None
But
taken.
there's, one of the topics of discussion at our last committee meeting was the validity where matters in front of Pura can be decided by less than the full board. Obviously, you've been there for 6 months already. Is there any validation to that? Can one commissioner make all the decisions in Pura?
Sure. Are you referring to, when we vote on a final decision? Okay.
Yeah.
No, I guess the short answer is, so every Wednesday we have our regular meetings, 9 a.m. broadcast on YouTube, if anyone would like to watch. And myself, Chair Gillette, Commissioner Karen, all participate in those meetings, and we have to have a quorum to vote. And so far in every meeting I participated in, we've all voted on every final decision. There's only been one time that a decision was issued by one commissioner, but that was years ago. But other than that, no.
Appreciate that. I might have another question or two, but in the interest of time, I'll turn it over to Representative Yaccarino.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Arcani or Dave. It was a nice conversation yesterday, and it gave me, put me at ease. It's in a good way, because so I have a few questions, but to what the Chairman Concepcion mentioned, when you have the votes, are those recorded? I think the angst is people can't find some of those votes, or at least we feel we can't. So any of the votes over the last 6 months or any time, could we actually, where are they recorded?
On final decisions?
Yes.
They are recorded via YouTube. Well, we broadcast on YouTube and they are recorded. I suppose.
Like when we vote here, when you voted,
Right,
you could find all those votes. Could we find the actual
I-
tally? That's all.
I think the answer to that is yes. And I would have to kind of ask staff and like the mechanism of showing you the record.
And I know you've only been there six months, and I think I have to be honest, I was impressed because you have, you were a legislator, and we discussed the public benefit side, and we all have to answer to our constituents. So you remember that and you understand that, I believe. And then I forgot you worked for Avangrid, and which then I knew you worked for the cell company, the fuel cell companies. So I would, and I think your experience is going to help Pure, because like we discussed yesterday, Pure's reputation is, I think, tainted right now. And I always look at the analogy of a Yankee fan, if you had or even a Red Sox fan, if Terry Francona was a great manager, Joe Torre, they got fired, both got fired. And it's no reflection on you, Dave, but that's the concern with Pure, that things were not done properly. And you don't fire the state, you don't fire the governor, but you fire the coach. And so that was, I think, the angst with the commissioner. With your experience, I did mention yesterday, I think we have to mend the relationships with the utilities, like it or not. I think that has to be mended, because we need to work together. And I don't know if you want to expound on that. And
Yeah, no, I'd be happy to. Listen, I think at the end of the day, like we discussed yesterday, I think it's healthy. There always needs to be some tension between
right,
the Pura, the regulator, and the utilities. I don't necessarily need them to like me, right? But I just need, they need to respect, myself, Chair Gillette, Commissioner Karen, the staff, and vice versa. And I can tell you, everyone, if you were to watch one of our hearings, everyone is very respectful of each other. We have great conversations, back and forth across the hearing room. Lavelle Freeman from Eversource, Jacob Hurwitz from UI, they always do a great job in front of us, speaking, especially around the PBR docket, where we've had, at least in my short tenure here, those have been the most hearings I've been a part of. We had about half a dozen. And I know previous to my tenure, I think it's upward of maybe 20 or 30, hearings in that docket. And we're taking the feedback all stakeholders give us that we're receiving. I don't know if it was a year ago, maybe a little longer, the authority issued an initial straw proposal in that docket, which gave the utilities and other stakeholders opportunities to comment on, which is the subject of our hearings, our technical hearings, leading up to the end of February, where we issued staff compiled all that feedback and issued straw proposal 2.0. And in my opinion, I think it starts to strike a really good balance, and we're going to have more hearings after that with everybody, coming together again in the hearing rooms and listening to what everyone has to say around straw proposal 2.0. So I definitely take what you say seriously. And I make the commitment that, that's something I can, work towards.
I believe you do. I really do. And I was, I've known you from being in the legislature, but we discussed, I would always argue for the PEG PISA, and
Yeah.
it wasn't against you, but as chair of energy, you were the chair for Take Back the Grid.
Mhm.
Has that, how do you feel that's like worked out for the ratepayer for is actually for policy?
Yeah, I think so far so good, right? The big chunk, the big policy part of Take Back Our Grid was the performance-based rate making docket, which we're in the middle of right now. As of now, final decision in that proceeding will be in August. And I think, nothing's perfect, right? I think since, we passed it, there have been some changes to certain aspects of Take Back Our Grid after, some implementation, some further stakeholders came back to you all with some recommendations. And I think that's healthy, right? I think, after the performance of the communication of state largest utility in ESAS, I think Take Back Our Grid was necessary. And I think it was a big enough piece of legislation and a big enough deal to all of Connecticut, where that's, why I made it a priority to work in a bipartisan way to make sure that legislation passed in the way it did, and to take everyone's perspective, everyone's view into perspective, which allowed us to get to where we were. So I am proud of that legislation. I think it's been implemented well. And, if further, adjustments need to be made,
Right.
happy to do it.
And we discussed yesterday, I'm a huge proponent of nuclear module pods. I'd love to have more natural gas, mainly because it's consistent and it's it's a fair balance, I think, we have great energy costs. And unfortunately, I don't think that's going to happen. And it's not it's just the legislature's fault, and for many, many years. But as far as, could you weigh in at all would you recommend anything to us as far as not, you know, being one of the commissioners or policy, like to move our state forward? Because when I go speak to constituents, there's no way our rates are going down unless we have more capacity. There's just not unless, or we regulate and get out of the ISO New England deal, which I don't believe that's gonna happen either.
Right. So we're talking supply,
Right.
essentially. Okay. So yeah, that's not in our Pure's jurisdiction, but I will offer my personal thoughts. I hope no one gets offended by them, but
I think because your experience here, that's gonna matter, I think.
yeah. So when we want to build more supply into the region, I think the biggest question is how we do it and how you pay for it, right? So right now, ISO is responsible for the energy markets, even bringing on new supply, the way they have it structured. I would encourage every legislator to use their platform to shed more light on just ISO New England in general and their markets, because I think you would find this across many states in New England. There's a clamoring for reform in capacity markets, ancillary markets, how you bring on more resources. Our agency is not as close to that because the way we have it in Connecticut, DEEP and OCC have the seats on those regional boards. So they're a little bit in better position to opine. But those would be my thoughts. Personally, I'm speaking now when I was chair of Energy Committee, I would grow frustrated at sometimes the lack of ISO New England's participation in the committee or even bringing them questions. It's, we don't get involved in legislation. I found that to be a little frustrating. So that's sort of the recommendation, I would make to legislators is.
I appreciate that, Dave. Just a couple more questions, Mr. Chair. So we discussed yesterday and just to shed light. So when you have text messages as a commissioner, because you're statutory, you're held a little differently than we are, you have to save those. Is that correct? And we talked about yesterday, the commissioner.
Yeah. I mean, I assumed everyone had to save them.
We discussed it because I
Yeah.
think the problem was some information was deleted that we wanted to see from the commissioner, and you as a Pure commissioner, you have to retain. Is that correct?
Yeah. I mean, yeah, any public official. Yeah. I
Right.
would retain. Yeah.
I appreciate you stepping up. I think you'll do well. We just have to, like I said, my opening, I think Pure needs to at least embrace, all stakeholders, to make it, it's just been I had an issue with the sunshine as far as the commissioner and the whole agency. And I'd like to see that going forward, that we work together for better energy policies. When we create the policies along with just the better policies and a better reputation, I would say.
Mhm.
So, thank you. I wish you the best.
Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Senator From Fair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Commissioner Arconti. Good to see you again. It's
Good
been
morning.
quite a while. I didn't hear, obviously, the testimony before, the questions and your responses before I came in. So I beg your indulgence to ask what may have been already asked and answered, but I just want to know how you feel your engagement here in the legislature, particularly chair of the Energy Committee, an area that your current job has a significant relationship with, how that's prepared you for, or did prepare you for the job you have today.
Sure. I appreciate that question. I think chairing the committee for 4 years, it gives you an opportunity to form relationships with all the folks that, very similar appearances between the Energy Committee and Pura. So kind of going in there, knowing different perspectives, different thoughts on different policies, laws, kind of what different stakeholders will advocate for here at the legislature, and just the background of knowledge you're able to get as chair, I think has been extremely helpful. Kind of going into this role. It's definitely been, the volume of filings and information is certainly difficult to keep up with at times. But being in the role of chair definitely prepared me well for the current role I'm in now.
It reminds me of when I was in the legislature for about 6 years or 8 years, I realized that there were members who came in after me that were advancing faster than I because they had municipal experience. And I did not. And that prepares, much as I think you're saying now, one for other opportunities. With respect to your work in the private sector, has that been a benefit to you in terms of your perspective as a commissioner?
Yeah, I think it has. Seeing what, a company, how they have to interact with, regulators, not just from this state, but with, all the states they do business in, I think was very helpful. And just getting to know, various engineers, the amount of engineers that both companies I worked for, employees is a huge benefit to me. I don't speak engineer, so it was definitely great to get their perspectives on how different systems work, the capital needs of the grid, or even for a distributed energy company. And the subject matter experts were great at both companies, and especially at Avangrid, the linemen in particular were a great help, to me, and I think vice versa to them as well.
You mentioned earlier in response to Representative Yacarino's questions that PURA is limited in terms of its role or responsibilities on the supply side, but PURA does approve standard service rates in terms of what is presented to you. So you do have engagement on the supply side. It's not solely on the distribution side. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, a little bit. So those rates do get filed with us because anytime a change to the bill needs to occur, there has to be a filing with the agency.
But PURA is a participant in the auction process.
Yeah, we do have a procurement
And
manager that
you do have to agree before an auction price is adopted.
to an extent.
Do you not feel that, or let me add it another way, do you feel that there is a formal or informal role on the part of PURA to opine on the way we currently purchase supply for what is 80% of residential customers who utilize standard service, about 50% on average of commercial customers?
I would say more of an informal role. I know there was some legislation kicking around last year. I don't know if it's before the Energy Committee again this year, that would have allowed, the utilities to utilize the Millstone contract potentially in supply in consideration for standard service supply. So yeah, I think we would, in our procurement manager, the team would like, if that legislation is, active, would kick that around, with the Energy Committee just to make sure it could align with, good procurement practices. And it would be a net benefit to ratepayers and something that the utilities could manage.
And lastly, if I could, Mr. Chairman, in the hearing involving Chairman Gillette, I asked her what her opinion was of legislation that was before us, I believe 2 years ago, and may still be again this year. I don't know if it's still an active consideration, and that is the ability for one commissioner to open a docket, hold a hearing, and conclude or make a decision on that docket entirely by her or himself. What is your opinion on such legislation?
Just a matter of practice, I wouldn't recommend that process for the commission. I think whether it's 3, 5, 7, or 9, as the chairman mentioned, I think we all need to participate in every single docket. And, you know, I think having the diversity of all 3, 5 commissioners participating is needed. So, you know, I would think our status quo of having all 3 commissioners participate in dockets and sitting in on all the hearings, et cetera, is the preferred way to go forward.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Looney.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon or good morning, Commissioner. How are you?
Good morning. I'm well.
Good. A couple of things. Again, your experience in the General Assembly, I think, obviously prepared you well, having chaired the Energy Committee during a critical time. I wonder if you might take us back a little bit to the Take Back Our Grid Act that was passed in 2020 while you were chair of the committee in the wake of Storm Isaias. And one of the concerns at that time was that the utilities, notably Eversource in particular, did not seem to have done enough in terms of hardening their resources for major storms. There was a concern about their not having as many crews on staff as they should have, and having to rely very heavily on contracting with outside entities to come in the event of a storm. Have you been monitoring that, or has there been any improvement in that regard since those deficits that were identified in 2000?
Yeah, I think so. I think one of the biggest deficits, you know, as you mentioned, Senator, was how the utility communicated with the municipalities as well. And I think going forward, there have been a couple smaller events since then, and it does seem like there have been processes put in place by the company to improve upon those. I think some of the provisions we put in Take Back Our Grid have helped send the right signals to the company to be better prepared on the type of investments that, you know, should be made going into the future, and how to communicate with, you know, municipalities and, you know, legislators in an event should another statewide storm of that magnitude occur.
Good. Thanks. One thing I'd like to ask you about, it's been a long-standing problem. It may not be any closer to resolution than it was years ago, and that is the cleanup of English Station in New Haven. I attended a press conference with then Attorney General Jepsen in 2015 when the deal was announced for the cleanup of that, and about 9 years later attended a press conference with Attorney General Tong and Commissioner Dykes when the Attorney General was announcing his lawsuit for the lack of progress on that. Your thoughts on that, because that is a major project. There aren't that many parcels as large as that in the city of New Haven for potential development, and English Station continues to be so problematic because of the potential that is unrealized as long as it stays in its current condition.
Yeah, you know, I think, you know, all sides want to reach reconciliation on that, Senator. To your point, it's such an amazing piece of parcel for the city of New Haven. You know, I think everyone would like to see it go forward and become and get its full potential out of it for the city and its residents. You know, I know, like you said, there's an active lawsuit right now in courts. You know, I can say a couple years ago when UI was in for their rate case, you know, this was previous to my tenure, but in the final decision, the panel of commissioners decided to issue a ROE penalty to the company for not complying with the agreement that was struck from, you know, Pure's perspective. So, you know, that final decision is on appeal, you know, right now in Superior Court, and, you know, we'll see if, you know, it holds up. But that's one mechanism that, you know, the authority chose to utilize to try to incent a quicker reconciliation of the whole issue there with English Station in
Well,
your district.
I would encourage you to continue to do that, because just that that matter needs to come to a conclusion so that cleanup can be undertaken, because it is really you know, dragged on for so long now that you know, when we thought we had a resolution 10 years ago, where we seem to be almost in the same position with lack of compliance and a lack of effort. Although UI claims that they have done some, I guess, interior cleanup in the property, dealing with some of the pollutants there, but it's only a very small portion of the work that needs to be done there. The other thing I would like to ask you about is the issue of differential rates for low-income rate payers, and we've taken some action on that regard. And again, going back to the Take Back Our Grid Act, your thoughts on that process? Should we do more? Are other states doing more in terms of differential rate relief, or just your thoughts on that, both as a former legislator and now in your current position?
Yeah, it's an active docket right now, so I'll speak, high level. I think, we've been doing the agency has been doing a ton of work in that docket. We recently, went from a 2-tier system to, a 5-tier system. I think it will spread and have a better overall rate impact to what you're implying. And I think it will be easier for the utilities to manage, getting customers signed up. We're trying to make the administrative process as simple as possible, so the utilities can get as many folks, on a low-income discount rate as possible, who qualify. And, we've had many proceedings and hearings, trying to work out the finer details. And I do think net long-term, it will be a benefit to all residents of the state to have these 5 tiers. And a lot of states are doing it this way now. Massachusetts, very similarly, has created a 5-tiered structure. And I think in totality, 16 states offer some form of a low-income discount rate.
I see. And just in terms of your background, obviously you had, I think, significant relevant experience, but your time as vice president for state government relations for Avangrid, obviously from September 23 to July of 24, just before you were appointed. What's your your strategy, since you were employed for a while by one of the 2 major utilities in the state that PURA regulates? In order, have you figured a path to make sure you don't run into conflicts of interest issues, or you can consult with the state ethics commission, or how are you kind of threading that minefield?
Yeah, so I rely pretty heavily on our general counsel and our legal team over at the agency on whether or not anything comes up where I may have to potentially consider recusing myself. So far, so good. I think the rather short-ish tenure over there was helpful, at least in this regard. But yeah, rest assured, those are conversations I definitely have on a regular basis to make sure that I can participate in any docket fully.
Good. So you check with counsel on anything that might be questionable in terms of, or at least raising a potential issue on a case-by-case basis. Right. That's good. One of the other issues that we have had over the years is obviously we've been dealing with the consequences of deregulation since 1998, and at the time, then Representative Carl Schussel and I were the co-chairs of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee, and we reported out a study bill because we thought the issue was not really ripe and that there were a lot of pitfalls in that process. And the study got converted to full implementation. When it got to the floor, there was a lot of momentum for it. The governor was supporting it, the bipartisan leadership was, but obviously that leaves us in a position somewhat with sort of restricted control, with so much of it deregulated, so that the part that PURA has authority over is circumscribed by that decision as well. If you might just talk a little bit about that whole process, or your view on deregulation, or the status in states that either did or did not undertake deregulation during the time when everybody seemed to be doing it in the late 90s and early 2000s.
Yeah, if you look across the country, it seems that most regions that are having difficulty with resource adequacy are in deregulated regions. I would say in a deregulated competitive marketplace, there are winners and losers. And, if you look at the history of just utility regulation as a whole, when the whole concept of franchise operations and creating these regulated monopolies was first discussed many, many decades ago, it was determined that because of such a high barrier of entry and the capital intensive nature of a grid and the distribution system, generation assets, that it was not an efficient, a competitive marketplace wasn't an efficient way to manage a utility. So the concept of granting franchise territories, monopolies, obviously took hold all across the country. And in exchange for giving a franchise agreement or a franchise right to a utility, they agree to heavier regulation than you would in a normal competitive marketplace because you don't have those natural competitive influences. So, that's why PUCs across the country, are able to set ROEs.
Like, well, they've got 3 channels.
Regulate
Sorry about
the companies the way they do. And as we saw, just a handful of years ago, in a competitive environment, there are winners and losers. And Dominion and Millstone could no longer generate enough, revenue in the ISO markets to essentially stay online. And that's the reason why they came to the state. For to have discussions around the PPA. So I think can you put a lot of people make the comparison, can you put the toothpaste back in the bottle? I don't know. It would be very difficult, but I do think that's why earlier recommending to Rep. Yacarino, all legislators use their platform to talk about, shed light on any reforms that could be made in the ISO markets that could allow for better opportunities for new resources to come online and meet resource adequacy.
Thank you. I'd like to mention or ask your thoughts on the situation with Millstone and Dominion. Obviously, the legislation was passed to guarantee them certain rates several years ago, with the concern that that needed to be done in order to lock in their future presence and activity here in the state for years to come, and that added a significant portion to the social benefit charge. I understand that that surcharge or that addition will be paid off within a couple of months in this spring. That right? Because that account, I believe, is 77% of.
Yeah, I believe that
social benefit charge
10-month
last summer. Yeah, that
payback period ends April 30th, if I'm remembering correctly.
And do you anticipate a substantial drop in that social benefit charge overall when that assessment is paid?
Yep. So we're in those proceedings right now, the annual RAM reconciling proceeding. As you may have saw in the news, Eversource has filed. So for the average customer with the 700 watt or 700 kilowatt average bill, their probably estimates to drop around $3.83, $4. And I think UI actually filed for a $26 or 26 cents increase in their based on a 700 kilowatt bill. But again, it's all volumetric, so it's based on your usage.
Right. And so on that also, just in terms of overall review, when you PURA doesn't really get a chance to do a thorough examination of every facet of a utilities operation until they file a rate case. Is that right?
Yeah.
And now Eversource has not filed a rate case in some substantial period of time.
Correct. And that was one of the things we put, one of the sections in Take Back Our Grid. Previous to Take Back Our Grid, there was a 150-day window for PURA to complete a rate case with the option of a 30-day extension. So for argument purposes, 180 days. And Take Back Our Grid, we increased a base rate proceeding to 350 days, which I think has done well for the state of Connecticut. It gives the staff and everybody a lot more time to comb through the voluminous submissions by the companies. These submissions for base rate proceedings are thousands of pages. And so, but to go back to your first question, yes, Eversource has not been in for a base distribution rate case since 2017. a settlement was entered in 2021 that kept them out of having to file, essentially.
Right. That's a very long period of time between between full rate applications, right? That's
Yeah, almost a decade.
yeah. And during that, because of that, that means that the scope of documentation and information that's provided to PURA has been less over that period of time than it would have been if there were a full rate case pending at any point during that period, right?
You could argue that. Yeah. Yep.
So do you know what their strategy is, and why have they not filed for a full rate review in now 8 years?
I can't speak to their strategy. We're not in the business of micromanaging any,
Right.
utility that comes before us. I would, pose that question to them.
Yeah, good. Yeah, I think that's certainly that's one on the minds of many. So again, thank you. Just one other question about obviously we've got a commitment to renewable energy to try to reduce the state's carbon footprint. Obviously, there are significant pressures related to cost and other things in making that happen and keeping to a timetable. There seems also to be a revival of interest in nuclear power as a way of helping to have diversity of sources and also something that doesn't rely heavily on carbon. Just your thoughts on on nuclear being part of the mix, and also the new proposal for the smaller nuclear facilities that seem to be being talked about as being able to be constructed in a way that would generate significant power, but but less than the major plants that are existing that were the model in the past for construction.
No, listen, I did not vote, for the Millstone bill in 2017, but that was not because of, my personal thoughts on the technology or nuclear energy itself. I'm a big proponent of nuclear energy. And, in my last year as House Chair in 2022, we passed very strong bipartisan lifting the moratorium on new construction at the Millstone site. And I think you all, as a legislature, fine-tune that statute the following year. But I think it's vitally important for resiliency, reliability of New England to hopefully build more, whether they're SMRs or full reactors. Right. It comes down to a question of how you get them built. There was an article, earlier this week that I had a chance to read. I forget if it was in the Mirror or CT News Junkie, but Dominion and Millstone were quoted in the article saying they don't generally like deregulated markets, right? They prefer fully integrated areas of the country to try to build new resources in. So, I think again that gives you all, hearing them say that on the record, I think that gives you all a great opportunity to speak with them and ISO and what type of market reforms need to be made that could allow for these types of new resources to get built without a single state sponsored PPA, so that the whole region is helping to bring these new resources online.
Good. Well, thank you, Commissioner, and congratulations on your nomination. Look forward to your continued service.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator. David, I did have one additional question. When we had Commissioner Gillette here a couple weeks ago, she spoke pretty passionately about the Office of Education Outreach and Enforcement. I went online shortly after, and I was a little confused on really what its designation is. Is it part of PURA or is it separate? I saw that they have their own director.
Yeah, they are walled off, so to speak, from our side of PURA and the commissioners. Yeah, so they can, for instance, they can open investigations or where we would not necessarily know what is occurring unless they were then to file a petition with the panel of commissioners or our side of the firewall asking to open a docket on the matter, if that's helpful at all.
It is. Thank you very much. All right, Senator Duff.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Commissioner, how are you?
I'm hanging in there.
Good, good. I think you're doing all right so far. And thank you. Apologize for my delay in arriving, but I want to just focus. I know last time we had a hearing here with the chair and with you as well, a lot of the conversation comes down to energy and electricity, which it should right now because it's at the forefront of people's minds. And I don't want to repeat some of the questions that have been asked, though I will say that maybe you were like me when you first came into the legislature. We knew how to flip a light switch. We knew how to plug something in, but that was pretty much the extent of our knowledge of energy policy in the state. But over time, as anybody who works on a committee, and I won't speak for others, but we learn a lot about the issues, and we can really hone in our skills on a particular area, and that really does give us subject matter expertise in a way that nobody else has that, especially in the energy technology arena, where I remember when I was vice chair and the chair for years, especially as chair, we'd caucus our bills and you see the eyes glaze over and people would say, is this a good bill or not a good bill? And there has to be a certain amount of trust because there's a lot of language, there's a lot of lingo, there's a lot of acronyms. And it's very complicated policy. As we're seeing from even in Canada with potentially Hydro-Quebec that is shutting off their electricity to the United States, and how that impacts, it doesn't just impact Connecticut, it impacts the entire regional grid and probably other states as well. But we have the Millstone issue with that issue, but it's not just and how we devise that policy. Is it a policy just for the state of Connecticut? Is it a policy for the region? Is it a policy for ISO New England? And most people, I would dare to say, don't have any idea what the heck ISO New England is, right? Or reliability must run contracts or other types of things that actually keep the lights on. And that's those of us who chaired the committee, like myself and Senator Fonfara and you, we understand a lot of those acronyms. It takes time to get there, but having the kind of the knowledge and the knowledge of what has happened inside this building and what happens outside this building, I think is important. Can you speak to a little bit about how and maybe you've done this already, so I apologize, but how your role as a legislator and a chair of the committee has prepared you for this position in a way that maybe no other way can prepare you for a job like this?
Yeah, no, sure. And, I definitely feel like we had similar experiences. I'll say this now, but after former Speaker Eric Simowitz and Majority Leader at the time, Ritter, appointed me to be chair 2 months into it, what did I sign up to do? Because it is a complicated, very difficult committee to run. I was, thankful Senator Fonfara was our vice chair at the time for my first term as chair. And, he was very helpful in screening meetings and kind of helping give me and Senator Needleman some of the historical background on a lot of the issues that we were dealing with at the time, and just, for me to how to run a committee. So that was, very helpful in my first term. But I think in terms of, chairing the committee for 4 years, it does give you that 30,000-foot view of everything, where, we're dealing with the ISO New England issues, not so much transmission. The legislature's taking that, more on now. But obviously, especially with the distribution side of the system and the public benefits side of the bill, there's always proposals by various, of our colleagues, former colleagues, that want to do more things. And I wasn't always the most popular, person. I said no quite often, just because of you learn over time the impact it's going to have, and you want to make sure to get the right value out of legislation and programs and things that are going to be net benefit, both short term and long term.
Thank you. And I would agree with that. I always go back to the days when I first came in a special election, and Bob Godfrey was deputy majority leader at the time. We spoke, and there was the speaker asked what committees I wanted to be on, and I said, because I was 149 out of 151 in seniority at that point, because there were 3 special elections at the same time, and I said, oh, I'd like to be on appropriations because that's where the money is, finance because, it's a money committee. I had no idea what I was talking about, and transportation because it's Fairfield County. And I end up getting on banks, energy and housing. And so, but that's how you learn, right?
Yeah.
That's how you learn. And banks, I knew I had a banking savings account. That's much I knew about banking policy. But anyway, so that's how we learn it. And then you take those skill sets and you bring that to, you have a better understanding of how the regulatory body works. Because I can remember when we were sitting here with Marissa, the chair, and talking about former DPUC commissioner, the chair, Don Downs at the time, and we all still remember Senator Von Farrell too. At the end of the day, right? That was his comments all the time. That was his kind of his tagline. But in working together and trying to figure out how to come up with and create and craft good policy where sometimes you have to say no because good ideas sometimes end up costing ratepayers more money. And we're always very cognizant of that and how that works. But there's lots of times where people don't understand that we're at the end of the line when it comes to natural gas. And that's why that's so expensive. And we don't burn coal. We don't have oil here in the state. We don't have natural gas fields. So we were an importer for energy, and that costs money. And that's why we try and find balances between conservation, clean energy, what we have at our natural gas, and the fact that of trying to be good stewards of the environment all at the same time while trying to keep it affordable. So I appreciate, I think you do bring a good perspective to that. And I think it's a needed perspective as somebody who's been in the building. Commissioner Bukowski had been here once upon a time. I think he always kept good relationships with folks and talked to folks. I know Commissioner Karen has as well. And so I think that's an important part of the process because there's a give and take. There's a natural tension, and we want to make sure we do that. I do want to just pivot though to one other area, and that is an area that when I chaired energy and technology, I think if I had a regret is that we spent so much time on energy, we never spent any time on technology. But I also say that it's probably because of the fact that I think Congress was functioning a little bit better and that there was more opportunities for Congress to kind of take hold of things that needed to be addressed. But one of the things that I don't think was really there as much when I was there, but it was a little bit, it really was is in cybersecurity and cyber threats and having we did when Governor Malloy was in, we did the first cybersecurity threat assessment for our utility companies. Something that they did not want to do. They were kicking and screaming about it, but once we passed the bill and they did it, I think they were glad that they did it. And I think that's still something that is ongoing with Pura to this day with the electric companies. And it is a good, that is now being replicated around the country and is a good push-pull between regulatory and the industry to make sure that we keep the lights on. Nobody cares why the lights go out when the lights go out. And it doesn't matter if it's a cyber attack. It doesn't matter if it's a hurricane. It doesn't matter if it's a tornado. It doesn't matter if it's a tree limb that comes down. People just want their lights on. And I don't blame them because it's now part of, people are working from home. They have homework to do, other types of things, and they need to make sure that the lights are on and the internet works and everything else. But we had Senator Looney and I, Senator Maroney and Senator Needleman sent a letter to the commissioners on February 18th with regard to working to look at a more broad base than what's happening now with the that's a little more broad base than just electric, but to look more broadly at critical infrastructure and what that means as far as besides electricity, but natural gas and water, hospitals, schools, transportation systems, communications, financial structures, operations, others that could be damaged because of cyber threats, artificial intelligence that's being used in the wrong way. And I think that is an area in which Pura should take a more active approach and a more aggressive approach because there's really nobody else to do that. We have consumer protection that's a regulatory body that looks at, just doesn't have that. That's not their bandwidth. Nobody else has that. Office of Consumer Counsel doesn't. I think Pura does, but I want to hear your thoughts about that as well.
Yeah, I think, just kind of off the cuff, we may need to add like, depending how much in depth you would want the agency to go outside of the utility sphere. I think we would have to consider, or at least have some back and forth on whether or not we would want to create a unit specifically to address all of those a cybersecurity unit within the agency. I think, our agency would be a good home for a unit like that. I think it would mesh well with all the other units that comprise the agency. We have the gas pipeline safety unit. Could be thoughts on adding, electrical system safety unit as well. So I think, yes, Senator, I would agree. It's naturally a good fit, and we may already have some subject matter experts there that could kind of kick it off. But I think the discussion of a new unit would definitely be advantageous with, the chair and Commissioner Karen.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And the reason I say that is because we're seeing now, and maybe this is my work with the National Conference of State Legislatures and the Cybersecurity Privacy AI Task Force, which is why I was so hot to trot on banning foreign-made drones. But it's, to me, you're seeing more of these national actors not just interrupt activities on the national level, but also on the state and local level, and they're being very brazen about that. And it's not so much it's all behind the scenes, but some of it is behind the scenes, and some of it there are, potential for various attacks from a cybersecurity standpoint or AI standpoint, especially as AI continues to develop and grow, and used in bad and malicious ways. So I think it's important for us as a state to be guardians of ourselves. We cannot wait for the federal government to do it for us, but we should probably hopefully be good partners with them. But I don't think that we can rely on just them to do some of these things that I think are important to us. So I would ask that, Commissioner, that you and the other commissioners review the letter from February 18th to us and respond when you can. And hopefully that opens up a dialogue for us to begin a conversation, because I find these things some of the most important things for us to do. Because again, if there's an issue with water, or there's an issue with electricity, or there's an issue at a hospital and they can't perform their surgeries, people don't care why. And if we're caught flat-footed, then that means that we haven't prepared. And I think we have to use the resources we have, maybe spend additional resources to make sure that we're prepared for what's happening right now. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Chairman Duff. Senator Von Fair.
Thank you for a second time, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to follow up on Chairman Duff's questions and comments in terms of not specifically cybersecurity, although it's a very important issue, but more broadly with respect to the role of PURA. It does have the title Energy and Technology, but that encompasses the broad definition of that, in my opinion. Some might disagree, but includes telecommunications. Doesn't get a lot of attention these days because we've deregulated that, and it's taken on a life, these things here that no one ever envisioned when I was chairing the committee. We were dealing with cell phone towers and sharing of cell phone towers, you may recall, Representative Godfrey. And so, but I would like to get your perspective, and maybe you never thought about it. I'll just say that this is not aimed at you at all and anyone at PURA, but Henry Ford said, if I ask people what they want, they'll say a faster horse. And in that regard, whether we're stuck in yesterday's world, there wasn't a lot that one of my co-chairs on the Energy Committee, you may recall, Representative Nardello, you may recall that name. But we did agree on one thing, and that was the reform of PURA, or then the DPUC. Unfortunately, that was vetoed by Governor Rell. And that was succeeded, she was succeeded by Governor Malloy, who then created and put forward the proposal. The legislature adopted it, DEEP. And I don't know how well that's worked out. We did have in the initial legislation that was vetoed, the creation of a policy unit that now exists at DEEP, but has never really achieved the results of what I had envisioned for it. Meaning looking at how much was a regulated industry, now deregulated industry, but still has an important role in our economy of the state of Connecticut, whether that be telecommunications, whether that be the fact that, you know, we have a deregulated electric system, or whether, as the chairman mentioned, cybersecurity and so many other areas that could be considered more formally and more in depth than the legislature is able to. As you know, as a former legislator, we're part-time. We don't have, as good as the staff is here, we don't have folks who necessarily hired in every discipline, who have a background in those areas where they have years of experience to provide us with the knowledge to create, and maybe even sometimes law that isn't appropriate for us to act on. It's more appropriate at a regulated level or some other agency of government. Most, as you know, most agencies of state government, they're not regulated. I mean, the areas in which they oversee or have responsibility or cognizance over, it's not a regulated environment such as the role that you play. So let's just get your thoughts about that. You may not have given it much thought in the past, but hopefully you have some perspective.
Yeah. I can't say, I have, you know, much immediate thoughts. Like just the question of whether or not, just kind of like honing on your question a little bit, just I'm answering it.
Whether it's
whether we
PURA
should
or whether it's
DEEP
not PURA, that there be
have the
there
policy.
be some
Okay.
entity in state government that looks at the evolving nature of our economy, you know, where look at AI as an example, where, you know, 5 years ago, that was not a term anyone, well, maybe there was somebody who was thinking about it, but I doubt any of us in this room. And yet now it's dominating the world's economy in so many ways, and expected to do even more so. You know, having the ability to have state government at some level be on top of these things and understanding how best we can harness those for the betterment of the state of Connecticut.
Okay. Yeah, I do think it's a discussion worth having. You know, I can, you know, states to our neighbors, you know, New York has NYSERDA and New York Power Authority on top of their energy department. Massachusetts, I can't recall the names of the various departments off the top of my head, but again, similar to New York, different structure where they are, to your point, you know, more squarely focus and align on one policy direction or one policy arena that you're thinking about. So yeah, whether it's, you know, adding more units at Pure, whether it's creating a new hybrid structure, whether it's getting it out of DEEP, you know, I obviously would defer to the policymakers to that, but I think, you know, given how much our DCD commissioner has put much emphasis on growing our economy, on where he wants to see and where the governor and you all as policymakers want to see Connecticut shine more in the New England region. Yeah, I think, you know, maybe that is a discussion we all as agencies should be having more with you all as policymakers to kind of make sure Connecticut doesn't fall behind our New England counterparts.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Berthel, followed by Representative Sanchez, both online.
Good morning. Actually, good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioner, good to see you here before us today. I enjoyed meeting with you a few weeks ago. You answered many of the questions that I presented to you at that time in my office, or I think we might have been online. And again, questions that I had for you this morning have already been asked by my colleagues on the committee. I look forward to supporting your nomination today. I appreciate your insight with respect to the time that you've already been on the commission, and certainly to your legislative background. So, Mr. Chair, I don't really have a question. As I said, I think my questions have all been answered to my satisfaction at this point. But I just wanted to offer my congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Sanchez. He's Representative Sanchez.
I thank you, Mr. Chair, relation- I apologize for what I said.
Representative, you're cutting in and out right now. Can't make out what
No,
you're.
it's not that great. How about,
No, not
you hear me now?
a little better.
A little better?
Yep.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. So my first question is, what is or is there a legal or regulatory basis that allow for let's say, a substantive matter to be decided by less than a full panel of commissioners?
No, so Rep. Sanchez, you're referring to final decisions, correct?
Yes, correct. But also, there's been discussions in the past how a panel would make a decision from, let's say, one commissioner or two, but never an entire the full three. So is there a legal or a regulatory ordinance or law that allows for a severe matter to be decided by less than that full panel?
So my understanding, when it comes to a final decision, statutes 16-2 cover that, which requires 2 of the 3 commissioners to be in agreement before a final decision is considered approved.
So in other words, it can be only one person to make a decision?
No. There's only, so I have found in the records only one docket that only had one commissioner assigned as a final decision. And that goes back to 2019. So I can't, that's to the extent I can speak to that one. That was still in the legislature at that point, but my understanding is under the statute I referenced 16-2, it has to be a panel of 3 that requires 2 of the 3 commissioners to reach agreement for a final decision.
Okay, right. So there's 2 of the 3, but all 3 must be present.
Well, I suppose no, not necessarily they need to be present for the meeting, just that 2 out of the 3 need to essentially sign on and vote in the affirmative for a final decision.
Okay, I'm just trying to make sure I understand this. So now you said there are votes on final decision. What about the executive secretary's rulings? Are there recorded commissioner votes on those?
So are you referring to presiding officer motion rulings?
Yes.
Okay. So my understanding on the presiding officer motion rulings is presiding officer rules on motion rulings, whoever the presiding officer that has been assigned to that docket, rules on motions, and if any of the 2 other commissioners disagree with that motion ruling, there's a mechanism where the other 2 commissioners can offer a corrective motion ruling.
Okay, thank you for that. And then my follow-up question on that, what's the basis in law? Or I'm sorry, let me turn off this other volume because I'm actually trying to balance 2 things here. Okay, sorry about that. So what's the basis in law or regulations for designating education outreach and enforcement to do for the work of PURA?
Say that, I'm sorry.
What's the regulation designating education outreach and enforcement for PURA?
Yeah, so previous to 2019, that arm of Pura was, the prosecutorial kind of staff that handled, that nature of work, and it was reorganized. I don't remember when, in 2020 or 2019, where EOE handles licensing, certifications, mediation enforcement, and education and outreach. And in terms of the statutes that apply to that, I would apologize, Representative. I would need to kind of circle back with you to provide a little bit more in-depth on the statutory structure.
Okay, can you email all of us with that information, please?
Yep, I'm making a note right now. Would you like to, should we send it to the clerk to distribute or?
Sure.
Okay,
Yeah, that'd be great.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Here, Representative.
And again, congratulations on the nomination.
thank you, Representative.
Representative Godfrey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. David, congratulations.
Thanks.
As many of you know, David and I had the pleasure of representing the city of Danbury for 10 years while he was here in the General Assembly. I remember when you asked for and became chairman of the Energy and Technology Committee, and what the challenge as you've already testified, the amount of information and the complexity of the issues was the challenge, and you really came up to speed rather quickly and very well in understanding that. And as Senator Fonfair has remarked, it isn't just electric; it's also telephone. It's also water. That's a lot on the energy and technology plate. And like Senator Duff, I had approached Speaker Balducci one time, and I said, I'm looking for enhanced responsibility. And the next thing I knew, I was the vice chairman of the Energy Committee. So it's all of this is in the background, and just more for the benefit of my colleagues here. The Arconti family is a very prominent name back home in Danbury. Multi-generational participation, activity, representation in our civic life. David's related to two mayors. His dad's has been a police officer, so he's involved in law enforcement. The rest of his family, they have served in civil positions. They have served as first responders. It's a very well-known name, and I applaud, as just about everybody in Danbury does, the family's commitment to civic life and participation and representation. I remember well when you represented the 109th district right next to mine, how in tune with your constituents you were, how very careful of making sure you were making decisions on their behalf that were good ones for them. You're very, very careful about this. And certainly your activity as chair of the Energy and Technology Committee included not only bringing up to speed on very complex issues, but negotiating legislation that was bipartisan, that was to the benefit of all the people of the state of Connecticut. The Take Back Your Grid alone is a gold star achievement, and I congratulate you on that. And I'm also happy to see that members of the legislature actually have lives after they do leave the legislature in general. But I want to kind of delve into some kind of cosmic questions. The mission of Pura. I mentioned a couple of weeks ago, I voted for Ella Grasso. That was my first time voting for a governor. And among all of the reforms that she was running on was the problem at the time that electrical costs were kind of out of control. And she's the one who created what's now Pura. It's going through a couple of three evolutionary steps. But the point she was making, and I think is still true, regulatory bodies, watchdog agencies like Pura's job is to protect consumers, Now, that works in a lot of ways, cost certainly, but stability, reliability, all of these are part of the mission. Sometimes I have found the regulatory and watchdog agencies wind up being protectors of the businesses they regulate. Clearly, Pura hasn't been exactly that, although there's been criticism. So I'm just kind of delving into, is that your perception of Pura's mission?
Sure. So, our mission is, essentially to regulate the investor-owned utilities. And we need to make sure they are, as I mentioned in my opening remarks, prudently efficiently operating their franchise rights agreements, and to create a level and structure of rates that are sufficient, but no more than sufficient, to complete that work, while looking at affordability and the value of, what residents and businesses and industrial customers are getting out of the service of the investor-owned utilities. And I think over the last, 5 years, Pura in a array of different final decisions, some unanimous, some not, is doing that job. I think the cases that have been appealed and have gone through Superior Court are generally coming out in Pura's favor. So I think that shows that, one, the authority is taking its job seriously and reviewing all the evidence that gets provided through all stakeholders in these rate case proceedings, and is coming to decisions that are documented in hundreds and hundreds of pages. Some of these final decisions are, with sound legal analysis. Not to say that we'll always get it right. You could always get a remand on certain aspects at some point, and that's okay too. That's going to happen. No one's perfect. But I think, to answer your question is, yes, Pura is taking its role as a regulator very seriously.
Excellent. That's what I could ask for, because you've been a state rep dealing with constituents who call and complain about the electric bill. Number two, every month I get an electric bill, and my blood pressure usually goes up substantially when that hits the mailbox. So I'm happy about that. And one more compliment. Your vice chairman was Rahab Ali Brennan, our colleague from Bethel, represented part of Danbury. And you taught him well, because now, of course, Speaker Ritter has named him as kind of our special envoy to ISO New England, who many of us are not happy with, the ISO New England. But I want to thank you for that too. Congratulations. I'm looking forward to moving your nomination and confirmation along as quickly as we can. And I know you're going to do a really good job. Thank you, David.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. Any other questions or comments from committee members? Yep. Representative Haynes.
I feel like I'm the odd man out here. I haven't said anything yet, but all I can say is after the first couple of people asked questions, they had asked my questions. So, and then they've been repeated a couple of times. So thank you for indulging us, and thank you for coming, forward and working with Pura up until this point, and the work that you've done. And really looking forward to seeing you do good work on Pura, and looking forward to your voting for your nomination, and congratulations on that.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I hope I can live up to it.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments? Seeing none, David, thank you very much. We do have one last question that we ask of every nominee. Is there anything in your past that you believe might prove embarrassing to this committee, to the governor, to the state of Connecticut?
No.
Wonderful. Thanks for being with us this morning. I don't believe we have anybody signed up to speak. So with that, we will adjourn the public hearing portion of the committee and go directly into the committee meeting. All good? All right, with that, we'll officially convene the Executive Legislative Nominations Committee meeting for Thursday, March 13th, 2025 to order. We have one item on the agenda. This is a House Joint Resolution for review. This is the nomination of David A. Arconti Jr. of Brookfield to be a Utility Commissioner of the Public Utilities Regulatory Authority. Is there a motion?
JF.
Motion made by Representative Godfrey. Is there a second? Second by Senator Fanfara. Any discussion? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Duff,
Yes.
Concepcion,
Yes.
Looney, Godfrey,
Yes.
Berthel,
Senator Berthel votes yes.
Yakarino, Fazina,
Representative Fazino votes yes.
you, Bonfera, Gresco, Haynes, Harding, Hartley, Kushner, Lanahan, Martin, Nuccio, Quinn,
Representative Quinn votes yes.
you, Rutigliano, Sanchez,
Representative Sanchez votes yes.
Scott, and Winfield.
Winfield, and the affirmative.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. With that, we will recess until 3. We'll leave the votes open until 3:30 today. And with that, we stand in recess. Oh, our next meeting is scheduled for Tuesday, whatever that date is, the 18th, 11 o'clock.
Dean, Dean. Dean. Hello.
Joe, can you hear me?
Yes, can you hear me?
I cannot hear you, I'm afraid.
Huh. Let's see.
Hang
How
on,
about
let me try
now?
something. All right, can you try again, please?
How about now?
Nothing.
All right, I'm
No.
gonna jump out and come back.
Okay, let's try this.
How about now?
Sorry, Representative, I don't have you on audio.
Do you absolutely need audio or can I just go like this?
Okay, I got you. Thanks.
Yeah.
All right, all good.
All right,
Representative.
thank you. I'm a yes.
Yes. Hey,
Dean.
Senator. Hey, Senator.
Okay. Votes a yes.
Hang on a second, sir. I apologize, but I think I'm having some issues with audio on my computer. Be just a second.
No problem. What room you in?
Senator, can you give it a try, please?
I can hear you.
Oh, yeah, you can hear me. I just couldn't hear anybody else. It was a setting thing, of course. So sorry about
You can hear me right now?
that. Answer.
Okay, I vote yes.
Okay, great. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Dean. Have a good day.
You too.
Hello, Dean.
Hang on one second. Dean will be right here.
No problem. You take your time.
Oh.
Hey, Representative, how are you? Sorry I'm late.
It's totally okay. I'm the one who's late.
No
We're only
worries.
voting on one person today, correct?
Yes, sir. It's for David Arconti to be Commissioner of the Public Utilities
Yes.
Authority.
I am a yes for my fellow class of 2012
Great,
representative.
great. Thank you so much.
Be well.
You too. Thanks.
No problem.
I knew it. The second I left, there'd be somebody.
Who said take your time?
Oh, you answered?
Yeah, I said Dean will be right here.
You're a champ.
And then if, if you haven't had to take your time, oh, it's just hang on and then whatever.
Grab Marty.
Yeah.
Really, I got the sandwich. I think I've earned my carbs today.
No, Hello.
Hi, Representative. How are you?
I'm good, Dean. How you doing?
Good, thanks. Just the one today. It's David Arconti to be a Commissioner of the Public Utilities Regulatory Authority.
Representative Linehan votes yes and will not tell any jokes. Since Arconti's a good friend of mine, but he's the right man for the job. So Linehan votes yes.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Bye.
Take care.
Okay.
Hey, Senator.
Hi, there you go. Can you hear
Hi.
me?
Yes. So
Hi, Dean?
Yes.
Hi, you can hear me. Okay.
Yep. So it's the resolution confirming David Arconti as Pura Commissioner.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's a yes.
Okay, great. That was the only one.
Okay, good. Thanks, Dean. Do we have anything on this Tuesday coming up?
Yes, we do. We have two.
Oh, okay. What do we have?
So the first one is Devon Ward for Corrections Ombuds.
Okay.
And then there's Howard Sobronsky, and he is the nominee to be the Behavioral Health Advocate.
Okay. All right. Okay, great. All right. Thanks, Dean.
You're welcome.
Bye-bye.
Take care.
Take care.
Hey, Representative.
Hello there.
How are you?
Good, how are you? I'm just checking in to vote.
I apologize. I'm having a little bit of technical issues. Sorry about that. Um, so the one resolution today confirming the nomination of David Arconti of Brookfield to be a utility commissioner of the Public Utilities Regulatory Authority.
Okay. I vote no.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Take care.
Have a good day.
You too.
Hi, Dean. I'm here to vote.
Hey, Senator, how are you? I'm sorry, Senator, I was on mute. How are you? Can you hear me?
Oh, I'm sorry. I had my volume off because I had been in labor. Were you talking?
I was. I thought it was me.
No, it's me. I'm here to vote.
Okay, he's the only one today. It's nomination confirming David Arconti of Brookfield to be utility commissioner of Pura.
I vote yes.
Great. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
Take care.
You too.
Thanks. You never run off when somebody calls you, man. Like you went fucking ninja. Second somebody speaks up on my Zoom, there's Liz. You're like that, you get that Looney Tunes shadow outline there.
I'm still just over consuming water. I don't know, I didn't help that I just ate like that salty Caesar
Are you,
salad.
you're not renal failure, are you?
I might.
My
be.
second reference to renal failure today, but still.
I'm,
She said, taking a swig of water. So back to booze.
I cleared those things out. Purify.
It's a diuretic.
It's good for you.
Can we stop with the espresso martini craze? For fuck's sake, they're good, but like, if I hear one more fucking Temu wish girl, you know, under the age of 30 ordering an espresso martini, I may have to set the bar on fire.
That's,
At least we've moved past pickle shots.
I would absolutely do a pickle shot without any
They're not bad.
alcohol.
Yeah, I mean, they're fine, but like, could we de-redneck this place a little bit? Like, it's so redneck.
Pickle shot.
Yeah, shut the fuck up.
I have to recuse myself from
just-
pickle shots because I
Just
think
order
it's
vodka tonic.
regular.
Yeah. Anybody like just order vodka tonics anymore?
Now, if that my old boss put me onto like dirty martinis. I've never had one, but I love olives. He likes blue cheese stuffed ones and I don't.
Oh, he's a boomer.
A balding.
It's such a boomer. Like, does he drive a Corvette?
No. He
Jean
has
shorts?
He has
Audi?
a Lexus that
Yep.
looks like a Honda.
That's it. That's it.
I always thought it was an
That's it.
Accord. So I had to go.
No, I spent much.
Wait.
I spent thousands more on this instead of a Ford. I go to a bar and it's summer. Depends on the bar. Like if it's a bar that looks like fairly straightforward and I don't want to bug the bartender, I'll get a vodka tonic. Like a vodka and Sprite if I want to like up my blood sugar. If it's a nice bar and it's summer, then maybe I'll think about what's on the cocktail bit or get a mule. If I trust them with a copper mug. Bougie.
That place,
Nighttime?
the Otter place,
It's
Little
like-
River, they had really good cocktails, but you had to ask every ingredient. It's like, what? The chartreuse and like, I didn't know what half the stuff was and I worked at a package
Right,
store.
you
so
either,
like,
I went out with a friend for sushi a couple of weeks ago and they had an Asian martini. And it turns out it was like vodka and lychee and I was not about it. But I drank it because it was the martini. Savory more than anything. He got like some sort of weird, not a tequila sunrise, but like a layered like orange juice based. I'm like, this is fucking good. I said, I should have got what you got.
mhm.
And sushi was bomb. So, so yeah,
California Pizza Kitchen has pretty good drinks too.
Wooden Tap does a good job.
Like what their holiday one, they have like a cranberry holiday.
Yeah.
Food.
Actually, the best drink I've had, mixed drink I've had, and probably the last one I've had out is at Gamecraft, the arcade that I bring Ethan on Sundays.
The barcade.
They had a blackberry bourbon mule. And the bartenders are friendly and helpful and very diligent. So like,
Something similar to that, blackberry. January something.
It's very
So it
popular.
sounds like mule and.
yeah, you just throw some ginger in with some fruit and add some vodka and some spritz. You
It
know,
was on a west in Napa Valley, so I was thinking.
I'd have drank wine.
Oh, it's very smooth.
Well, you have to.
Frenchy fans.
It's Napa. You kind of have to be a douche. You know.
It's not, honestly, like, they're like. The Arthur has this like weird wealthy side of the family. They're all fucking rich.
Stupid wealthy.
Well,
Yeah.
investment bankers will be investment bankers.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's like his uncle. I think I told you about the vineyard guy with all these $1 billion houses.
Oh, right. Yeah, he'd get you a nice bottle.
His wife for his birthday got him a fucking Rolls Royce with the stars on the ceiling. That was his present after his party where
They're looking to adopt.
he hired the OJs to perform at his party.
Oh shit.
That's like a gift.
That's fucking impressive.
Yeah.
All I want's a
And he was like,
cameo
"Oh,
from
you
him.
thought this was it?
Christ.
Had it pull up and they gave us his phone call hotel room for the night. We looked it up.
Oh, the OJ's guy?
It was like an $1,800 room for the night with 2 separate bedrooms, 2 separate bathrooms. I walked in and I was like, just sweet.
Sweet.
Yeah. Beachfront, and he only used it to take one conference call the whole time he was there.
Okay then.
They have a house there. So they were like, you can have the key. Sure.
Sounds good.
But I wish they would adopt me. But this is his nephew, and I looked it up because I'm a Zillow nerd for people, like if I see somebody's address, I'm like, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And I had to do it with my own brother because he won't let me in his house. Yeah, they're the real one. And he's turning 30 this year, and him and his wife, now it was their wedding, have like a $1.5 million condo in New York City. Like, what the hell? She's an attorney, she's some higher up at a hospital. Like, shit, can you guys adopt me? Do I have to be younger than you? For you to adopt me? Take my kids, let them live in the lap of luxury. Pretty much, yeah. But I would never want that, really. It's too much to maintain.
Right.
I'd have to actually keep it clean and not let my kids touch anything in there, so that's not gonna happen. Nice to go visit.
Right. Hate to live there.
No, I would never want to live in New York.
No. No.
My mom said with her biggest regret. And I was like, oh, he's still kicking me out now. And that was the 70s. I don't think so. That is enough for me. There's enough tall buildings here.
Right. But you have a nice view.
Yeah,
Nice view of the tall buildings.
that is kind of cool about the parking garage roof. That you walk in and you're like eye level with the top of some buildings. You're like, whoa, this is weird. Little bit.
Our room in Chicago is nice because, and I lucked out because it was one of the few hotels that actually had suite. A lot of hotels in the Loop in Chicago are just like studio style, and just one room. And I wanted something that I could, put him to bed, not realizing I'd be so exhausted, I'd be like right behind him.
Right.
Because one night one day we walked 10 or 12 miles. We did like 28,000 steps, and then we just about fell asleep in bed watching TV at like 8 o'clock at night. It's bedtime. Like, oh. So, and it was also 90 degrees, but it was nice because we had kind of a partial view of the lake. It's like, because it's an H, but it's got like, it's an old 20s building, so it's got so it's like cut like this, like an old, key cross section. So you could see kind of the lake. I got some nice sunrises, and then one Wednesday night they do fireworks at Navy Pier, so I hear boom, 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 boom. I look out the window and there's fireworks in the distance, and I can see part of Navy Pier. So it's really cool.
That you get. It'll just be like a super, super nice room.
Right.
So, I sit in a lot, but like, I don't know. I think it's real into that stuff. He'll look for hours and hours and hours until he finds he'll take notes and stuff. It's so weird. He found a room one time with bunk beds at an AAU tournament. I'm like, how does this have bunk beds? Marcus and his friend thought it was so cool.
Exactly.
But,
Sometimes staying in a cool room is all you need.
It was a Doubletree. That's not a super fancy hotel.
Doesn't matter, as long as it's clean, as far as I'm concerned.
Right. You walk in, they have a warming for and give you a cookie, like a warm chocolate chip cookie. Very kid-friendly hotel.
Yes, yeah, that sounds cool. Here.
And I think they have dog treats too. And dog treats like that's yeah.
That was pretty,
Looks like the Eye of Sauron.
like first thing in the goddamn morning. That was the night before.
That's so cool.
I had the TV on, kind of cool.
Oh,
Yeah, you can see Buckingham Palace. So we had a nice view, but it wasn't like the front of the hotel, it was the side street.
That's okay.
You want something hilarious?
Still cool. It's like they knew you were coming, so they had like a little party for you.
Side of Wrigley.
Oh yeah, we went there.
Wrigley was cool.
Yeah. Just to say you went.
Everything's dead.
Oh wow.
Like the Field Museum because of the dinosaurs.
Yeah.
Sovereign.
Oh, that's neat.
Oh, I met him. He was so miserable
I
walking
love
through it.
these
So I'm like, look at the fucking topazes, kid. Look at the sapphires. It's a birthstone. Shout out.
I know, right? Son of a ticket.
There's opal.
I love opals. They're so pretty.
You guys go to the Field Museum and see Susan? I think it's Susan.
No, we just went for a wedding, so we had a lot of like wedding event stuff to do.
One of my favorite videos from the trip. But come here, let me show you something. Love his face, he's so expressive. That's a full T-Rex. So much, they had so much for it. We could spend the whole day and go through in like 3 hours.
Yeah.
That was the guy doing Jurassic Park. Brontosaurus and I found his red. I said, you know, it's dead, right? He said, it's fine. I just want to see a red panda. He says, I think it's for it. He did not like the room with the mummies. And you know, to be honest, I can't blame him. This is my favorite video from the trip. But it's legitimate. He wasn't like putting up a front. He saw the Brontosaurus and was like, holy shit.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Probably before time.
Field was pretty cool. He didn't, like I said, he did not, and to be honest, it was dark in there and they had some things in their bodies. He was probably freaked out by the fact that, like, they're not gonna get up, but I know.
But yeah,
This is the view from the other way, but it was like a filthy window. But yeah, that was first thing in the morning. and
that's really not a bad view at all.
We had a good time.
Oh,
You get yelled at by the lady on maybe here in the teacups because you see him, he's like whipping the fucking cup. He's gonna puke. I'm like, he's not gonna puke. But okay, I'll tell him that like we've been okay, knock it off. And he's like whipping that thing. So I thought it was hysterically
I
funny.
told them, do you gonna stop the ride so I can get in?
Yeah,
That's the place.
pizza place,
Oh, I wanted to go there so bad.
it's a random subway. I like the balance of it.
Yeah.
But yeah. He did fine on the phone. It was so cool. It was lovely. Very excited. Cousin's birthday party.
Oh, that's awesome. Oh, that's definitely fun. I can go anywhere, you know, and I'll have a good time. I know, it, but watching them have a good time is just so much more rewarding
Right.
than anything.
Absolutely.
There's the being in picture. I forgot to tell you. I got them to film.
I'm out of practice. Like, it's been 2 weeks since we've had a actual committee meeting.
People.
203 number. Damon Monk. Call your legislator. Don't call us. We don't care. Don't care. Unless it's related to committee business next week, and I'll call you back, but
If I knew.
I'm a big believer in screening.
Yeah.
I'm not in LA anymore and it's not worth my fucking patience or sanity.
Auto, don't. I can feel it like blocking.
Right. Screen your calls. Your sanity will thank you.
They thought you were so fun. I kept doing that slow videos.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, come on, this is one he didn't jump before. And this was funny. dancer.
Adorable.
Oh my God, once he starts, he just can't stop
Mhm.
anywhere. It's just so ridiculous.
It's so cute. Yeah, Ethan dances his little ass off too.
Yeah. And where's the cannon? Here we go.
Can't.
The one that's here.
Oh,
I
the Hotchkiss.
let them go in the big room. Cause there's a school right there.
You can just sneak in.
Yeah.
Right.
I was like, these are kids too. And the guy was like, can you let them in? I was like, thank you. I showed him my badge. He was like, yeah, just let them in. This badge doesn't mean anything in this place.
No, actually it does. I wouldn't even break stride, but I'm that guy.
Yeah. Jason, I couldn't get in the picture with him, but
I'm glad they liked it.
they were really excited just to see a computer.
The empty clerk's desk. We go, what was that,
That's what
Friday?
Dean said. That was last Friday.
Dean bailed. Dean's got to bail and get the
Mason's
thing.
just looking at it like, how do I use this thing now? Yeah.
It's locked in though. It's kind of boring.
Don't try, please.
Anybody get ammunition? You can crank it around and aim it at like Rhode Island or something.
Yeah.
Well, it's like a machine gun. It's actually a friggin' cannon. It's like, it fires big shells slowly. Bang, bang, bang. You know.
I showed them the
Spawn it with metal. I don't know if it's inert yet or not.
Well, they've seen it in video games, so that's what they think it is. Like it's just for show.
Call of Duty.
It will lodge itself inside a tree.
Exactly.
I'm serious.
Exactly. All right, so I'm gonna upload the vote. You're welcome to follow along if you want. In 50, I got 15 minutes. It's not gonna be. What is the committee meeting votes? An exception vote, because that's us.
Always.
Yep. Because we don't have bill numbers, so it's
Right.
grayed out. I need his LCO number, which I've saved. Our Conti's Heather and LCO sign at 5135.
Aha.
This, I cannot record it until It's 3:30 because members theoretically, so if I tab over, it'll auto-populate.
That make a change.
And they can always change their vote. We convened at 12. It's 12:30. It's 12:23, but let's round up to 12:30.
They let you even at 12:24.
You can't. It's
Okay.
15-minute increments, so I round up. Action is joint favorable. Action 2 doesn't matter. Chair was Concepcion. Motion Godfrey and seconded by Fanfaro, that's right. And then and start populating the votes. What we got now. And you just reference your sheet.
What does click EA all the way down until then go back and take off new chat?
I do one at a time, so I don't miss anything because of the rush. There's a likelihood you'll. So there's a likelihood you'll make a mistake or you'll have the wrong grid. Maybe you do it the way you feel when the time comes if you have to do this. But I'm surprised.
It's been weird Gucci here today. Probably nothing. That's actually about to say.
It's- Everybody was there, everyone voted. I'll do the rest tomorrow.
I mean, might as well just abstain at that point.
Yeah, right.
Still a no, and you don't look like such a bitch.
Well, she's making a statement, a political statement, and it's her prerogative. I don't. The only thing to do is after you submit, you have to run update like immediately, otherwise it doesn't take. I don't know why you have to do it twice.
Well, you're like putting the nomination in, you're putting the nominee in, I guess, and then you
Yeah.
have to update the table of them that's there to include him, I guess.
Well, then after the resolution numbers is signed, I get that email, but that says it'll be resolution, whatever. Then you have to update noms because then we'll repopulate the vote tally sheet that gets generated with the resolution.
Okay.
So anyhow. Lady, go the fuck away.
Same number.
Same number. She can,
She can leave a message, maybe she's calling back to leave a message.
whatever.
All right, there's only one folder for each, for 4 files, because it was only one thing to vote on.
Yeah, you just need to break the packets apart, but I don't have labels yet. You can do that tomorrow. We can get them to Julio and Bob sooner. Starts in the house, so. And then I've got to do Arconti's floor file. Supplemental, please. Do that tomorrow and Monday. No, we need his testimony and resume, the governor's letter and the vote tally. So you can basically break down the packets for the first 2 items. Then the next thing will be the vote tally sheet that which eventually will be generated. We can print that off twice. And then I gotta do the floor file just for Bob.
Pretty much, you can just take all the agendas off, get rid of them, because they don't need the agenda.
No, we don't need the agenda. The agenda's moved. You just need, like I said, the testimony and resume and the letter.
In that order. Testimony, resume, letter, or
I
letter.
do it in
testimony,
chronological,
resume?
so I do the letter, his testimony, his resume, and then the vote tally sheet. I mean, they're gonna look at, as long as everything's in there, it's fine.
But when, thinking of time, but much like somebody else I know.
Did she leave a voicemail?
No. So where?
People hate leaving voicemails. It's like, you know what? Too bad. Leave a voicemail, please.
Also, you listening to this thing?
That's her choice. She's it's like a Bridgeport area number. So call Heron, call Sonia, is that her name? Sujata. Call Sujata,
Never the.
yeah, it's not my problem.
It's easy. much progress on my house yesterday, and like it's sunny out. So motivation for me. I feel like I'm making continue today.
You make progress.
I never did. Swept it and everything.
Mm,
When you put away all the jackets and snow pants and
on a roll.
all that, yeah. But I had put my Christmas tree